Hello. Oh, this is another game that goes mute when I tab away from it. That's annoying. And hello. How are you all doing? This is the Rock City. It is a puzzle game. It is a time loop game, one of many that came out last year. I suppose spoilers. Probably be seen in this. How long to beat says it's about 5.5 hours, 9 for a completionist, so. First time you kill someone, I'm gonna need you to shout, are you not going to. That. I feel like better. There's better jokes that can be made than that. No way. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's better. Okay, fine, I will say. Wait, I don't know if this is a game where you, like, kill people, though. I think this is more like a puzzle, adventure, mystery game. I'm gonna have to keep an eye. I have my settings set kind of like medium high. And I'll have to keep an eye and make sure I'm not, like, I don't end up, like, dropping frames or something, so. So here we go. So I am going to read this out here. Please help us avoid spoilers. As you'll discover, I'm a content creator. Thank you. As you'll discover, this game is full of intrigue and plot twists. Please give your audience a spoiler warning before sharing content from beyond the white hallway, so that interested players can fully enjoy the experience for themselves if they wish to. Sorry, I'm just going to move the mic around a little bit. So, preemptive spoiler warning, I don't know what the white hallway is. I have seen nothing of this game. I heard a few people talk about it positively in, like, Game of the Year stuff, so I went, I'll pick this up. This seems like kind of interesting. I've just done the Obra Dinn. This feels like it's in the same sort of vein, maybe. So I'll be interested in it. The only thing I know about this game is one of the classes starts with a 9mm, so presumably someone could get shot. I didn't even know this was a game with classes, so though when I did put it in as a stream info, RPG was one of the things that gave. I don't know. I thought this was like kind of a much more. We'll see. We'll see what this is like. Let's start off. Message from developers. This game was developed by a core team of 3 people over 4 years. Here's the followers. Continue to develop and keep a grateful heart. There's a mystery adventure with multiple endings. Oh, okay. It rewards thoughtful conversation and exploration, not brute force, Zoe. The fate of the city lies in your hands.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Ah, okay. That's interesting. You got a coin and hands to determine what your body type is. Okay, well, that one. Yeah, okay, let's be honest, that's me. That's my name.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Searching for ancient ruins as on a covert mission, as on the run from the law. I don't remember anything. Oh, I didn't notice it. Archaeology, years of studying history give you occasional insight into the ancient world. As on a covert mission, soldier, you have a military-issued firearm, but only. Okay, so this is the classes thing you were talking about. Only 10 bullets. You have to use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. As on the run from the law, your time on the run from authorities can be quick on your feet, and you're 25% faster when sprinting. Okay, that seems like a weird thing to need. Right. Your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. I'm gonna go and be an archaeologist.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know?
The story here is Al. Where are we? What can you tell me? Ruins have you tried calling out? Okay, what's your story?
There's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
So, so this is the thing. I'm just thinking now. I wonder where in the world we're meant to be, because the Roman ruins could be in a lot of places.
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Alright. Okay.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's carrying me, but I'm not gonna be that person.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's
Who's
the
Al?
guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
All
You
right.
really don't remember?
Okay, we're
We're
on
in
the
Italy.
Tiber. Okay.
This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
So one thing I do know about this game is that it started off as a Skyrim mod, and they've definitely done the Bethesda-based stuff. Yeah. All right. It's very clear that this is still very based on that Bethesda zoom in, slightly awkward direct eye contact and then look away sort of stuff.
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Okay. All right. I have other questions, but all right. Lucky was I to meet one other English speaker, the Tiber. Yeah.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
I've got a pencil and paper here, just in case I need them. Can zip it around. Oh. Did I drop frames? Or no, that was the game hitching for a moment, but it seems to be. Yeah, that seems to be our capturing alright. Oh, that's so weird, but we're crouched to be on. Take a zoom, okay. Do I have a run? Oh yeah, okay, it's the left trigger. Oh, I guess I can't. Oh, I can here. Okay. So I'm having a look here now if I want to change anything else. Oh, I can't change it to A. Alright, that's weird. Sprint. Yeah, that's fine on there. Let's be on that. Next visual style. Oh, photo mode, I assume. Configuration. Yeah, that'll probably do. So I might change that. Okay, looking at it. Right. Let's lower the flashlight. Oh. Ah. Huh. That's alright little photo mode, isn't it? I got the cheap bit for it apparently. I get back in the river now. Oh. Backpack. Full on hiking clothes and empty food packets. Nothing valuable here, but still it's information that Anne left it behind. It's also weird that I'm leaving it behind then.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of...
Oh. Oh. Guess I was probably meant to, like, stand outside for a minute and hear the end of that. So the narration has stopped. There we go. Okay.
Except in the Latin inscription.
Oh, wait,
here,
did it?
It reads, "You who wish to enter the city."
Oh, I thought maybe it had stopped because I got in the water.
And be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain. For
Please remember
this
that watch.
shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out.
How's your
If I'm
Latin
not
these
back
days,
in an
Zoe?
hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation. Or
Maybe I could.
a warning.
I'll say maybe I didn't need to be. Maybe I didn't need to be an archaeologist. Maybe I could have asked you to translate these things instead. Menise sempre vigilant and vigilant. I would have gotten. I probably would have. I probably would have thought. I probably would have read this and thought that was something like, remember to be vigilant. But there you go. I made a my only New Year's resolution this year was to stop learning French, so I deleted Duolingo off my phone. So it's been anyways, this actually looks really good. Ancient mosaic depicting a godlike figure turning a man into gold. That's not Roman, is it? Oh no, it is a Roman gladiator. I thought for a moment that was like a more medieval helmet and armor. Okay, just... okay, so you just move towards doors to open them. You don't actually have to click on them or anything. Young Roman woman, it looks like she was begging for her life. Okay. You're also over here as well. Huh. I wasn't thinking this would be the sort of game which would need quick save, quick load. Huh. It's not a, actually, there's not a controller binding for that, is there? Indeed, if there was. No. I think I've played too much Deep Rock, and my hand was a bit at me yesterday, so I'm doing controller at the moment. I've also played a lot of mostly keyboard games over the last few days, so maybe that's also not helping. Roman military commander attempted to scramble away from something. Oh. Oh. It's just like the barrels on the Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah. Can I knock the other ones over as well then? Oh, move them ones around. Oh. Well, mysterious voice, clearly, because I'm having fun. They'd make a good clanking noise. What about you? Roman legionary in a state of terror. Does it like mentally? No, it doesn't like mentally or anything onto walls. Nope. Guess I can't fall down there, can I? Oh! Okay. Alright, okay, I wasn't... Okay, I was maybe a bit like, again, I suppose this is just for me having recently played Obra Dinn. I was maybe expecting a little more like, or a little less, though I suppose that amnesiac one said you can take more damage, so... A Roman woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. That's... You're inferring a lot there. Can I push this off the edge? I probably wouldn't be doing this so long if they didn't make that clanking noise so satisfying to hear. Alright. Clank, clank, clank. parallel Owl's trail.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
I know if something happens if I die in the fire. Yeah. No, let's do this properly. Panic, okay. And well, that time mysterious voice I could just about hear. You're drowned out a bit by the waterfall. The man on his knees as if begging his gods for mercy. Oh, that's not ominous. Roman relief depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be. Oh, okay, so this is actually where I was a minute ago.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Oh, and I've just come from the future where you speak English. Kind of want to say I've come from the future. Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head?
I mean, yes,
That's all
but...
right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from, exactly?
I feel like... Again, I assume this is me thinking it, but being the archaeologist go, 65 CE would mean nothing to this guy.
CE?
Yeah, why would I say that?
No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's It's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Alright, sure.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Ah, that one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the village.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today.
Okay. Alright, let's go for now on.
The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Whatever are you wearing?
Nothing apparently.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
They say I come from the future.
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
You know what? Yeah, you know
I
what?
trust you can see yourself out.
Maybe I'll talk to you later. Alright, let's go meet this magistrate. I show my...
Are they?
Maria.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I was hoping it'd give me an up.
To match a curious.
I was hoping I could lie.
But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitier will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
That's I have.
Until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Questions will be available later. No, right, what comes to the sin?
Question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
That's good. What is legal isn't always immoral, and maybe many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric. Where I'm,
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
The laws allow slave ownership, Don't give people watch blood sports for entertainment. Don't murder furious men. Don't you persecute Christians. Don't you practice collective punishment. I mean, all good questions. Yeah, that's
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
Alright, well, this guy is super cop.
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Oh gosh, I forgot this. That was only the first question. Okay.
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Very perceptive.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still
I'm not going to lie to this guy.
to hear the truth.
I'll tell him what I've seen. Right.
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
Can't promise anything.
Thank you for your candor, I suppose. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
That's okay. Don't get off on feet.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Right. Well, that's... It's not a... That's
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance.
According to you.
What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Yeah, right.
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here.
Time paradox, got you.
Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
I think so, no.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule?
Yeah, right. I'm not sure.
I suppose you do. But I'm hoping that even if you're not burdened with a sense of self-sacrifice, you'll at least see the sense in self-preservation. Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
What I do wonder is, what is he going to do about it?
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Yeah, let's follow up the main quest for the moment. Check the markers of given quest on the icon be stylish. Ah. Yeah, Bye. Did I steal?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Huh. Guess I should have figured that would happen. Though, theft is a sin, apparently. Good to know. Hold on. Sins. Theft. Actually, no, I think of it. That's really funny because this was a Skyrim mod immediately. So, what would you do in a game like this but open a chest and go, oh, free shit, and then.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Oh.
Just attach the
Supplies?
rope to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
I'm kind of tempted to reload, though. Just fall off. Oh. Oh, okay. Well. I should just load from where I made that. I assumed if I die, you know, if I quote unquote died, it would do something, not necessarily, you know, just start over again. We'll have some shrine ancient Roman daily prayer for protection. Note from Santilla. Whichever Optimus Maximus continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter and for the lovely birth pendant. I must wear it always. As safe and fortunate to have you as my father and Sentia as my sister. I sense you've been feeling apprehensive about the election next month, but if you can just show them the strong, independent man I know you to be, you'll be re-elected. I am sure of it. Is the adopted daughter of Sentius. And Sentia is the daughter.
Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Santilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
When did you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy, in love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
Notes disappeared.
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her, so he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
You like raising those eyebrows, don't you?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Santilla. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Yeah, that's right.
You're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Oh. You're just gonna tell me to
Do I
fuck
need
off.
to ask Horatius to escort you out of here?
Oh, well.
Get out, you horrid barbarian!
Oh, control another time then. Wait, did it reset my... Reset my controls? Oh, I think when I reloaded it, reset my controls. That's... something else changed. Good. Alright.
Are they?
Fresh meat, huh?
Life in you.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
I wasn't thinking of interfering, but I am now. No, I don't care about your
Then
election.
stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election.
Why was that untranslated?
Can't hurt. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
You're just like a gladiator.
Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
I've seen you running away, Egypt.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
What do you think of the
it's
Golden
gone
Rule?
on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's
How's he
going
gonna
to
do that?
announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Alright.
Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that. We've
How can I help?
already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
Okay, I'm gonna...
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
I might go meet Malleolus later, but let's go do this quest first.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Majestic.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What's your deal?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
What should I have
proper
done?
approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
Okay,
You know,
they joined
I'm
up here.
not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Do you mean not entirely
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
Yeah. What's that?
I see. I wonder if... No.
Go
I
on.
apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Okay.
Good.
Right.
Thank you. But please be
Do
careful.
people all forget where they're
I
from?
just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
What happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Why is this an ancient Roman version of the Godfather? Because it's ancient, because it's Italy. Come on, Zoe. See what I can do.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
Okay, what do you think about the Gold Rule?
I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We ask for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
I thought, go on,
I
give it
suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as vagrants and asking for
Natsu.
shelter there. Everyone turned them away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods gave them time to escape and granted them a wish, and then wiped that town off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
I agree, or perhaps it's that the gods might kill you at any moment for failing the test. They don't even have to tell you what the rules are. Just...
A cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose.
What's the selection about?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
So I think they said there's 23 people here. No, 24 including myself, and then there's the 3 of them are missing. down a subclass of archaeologist. This is my convent of friends. Yeah, you're probably wise to do that, Nanatsu. I think it was 24, including myself. That's what they said when I talked to Galerius. I'm sure it's not more like you've forgotten how. You know, sometimes these things have to take time to grow. So, who's allowed to vote?
Royal citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Okay.
Well,
Can I vote then?
You're not a citizen
No.
yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such
By
as?
using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
What's
I'm
your role?
responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish.
I'm up at the moment. What am I making note of that? I feel like that's something I'm going to want to test at some point. Is get an election held early. We got.
Certainly. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbours.
Very good. Oh, he's gone. I was going to ask. What's his name? Horatius? Well, let's follow this main quest for the moment. Collection of barbaric-looking medical implements, including forceps and shears. Okay. More of still haven't changed much in the last 2 millennia. That is true. Yeah. Statue of Apollo. Oh, TOS. TOS. Can't look at that ding dong. Large stone statue of Apollo, the Roman and Greek god of disease and healing, among other things. Oh wait, does it count? No, it's art, so it doesn't count, right? So I can zoom right in on it. Put my cursor right over it. Rack. Dried ground substances. Nice. Alright. Look. Alright, Lucretia.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Julia. She was a good woman.
I should actually check if there's like a... I can't pause in this menu. I wonder if there's a little... should I come back later?
No, now it's fine. I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the distraction. What's on your mind?
I was gonna wonder if there's like a little tree or something I can hear. Right. Yeah, what's your story?
And I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared.
I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
There were 3 people missing. I know I've named 2 of them. Utilia and Nevia. How did you end up here?
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered
gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it.
That's an interesting statement. They have to try to be discreet. Huh. Okay.
This shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
I just played Digimon Game Over Disc. Are you, is it like the, is that is there a card game for Digimon? I was not aware, if there is, I was not aware of it. Also, I can do like... Just checking if this set up correctly. I do. That's good. How many card games are you getting involved in at the moment? No, so haven't you had enough?
Thanks, I suppose.
Alright.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
Oh, I want to know about Decius. Magic players have been super nice and asked me if I want to learn multiple times, but there's no chitty cut. Yeah, there's probably some. It's too deep. It has been a long time since I played Magic. I remember the thing about Magic was anytime a new set comes out, the rules, they tend to like start from scratch. Like they kind of go back to basic plus a few extras, and you can kind of work from there. At least the two times I kind of got into it were right after new major sets or expansions or revisions came out, so that kind of helped me then. But I don't know what the state of it now is. I was going to say that there are there definitely are, Zoe, but when Nancy said that, I was going to say, like, there's definitely more. There's definitely more in other card games.
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Cruel black eyes. Some notes here. That sounds like either an accidental poisoning or actually literally got bit by a snake. Are there robots in Magic? There have been. I don't know if the current sets do have much of them, but there have been in the past. Again, the last time I got into it, which to be fair is like the better part of like 15 years ago. Actually, it's more than 15 years ago now. I think it was probably like 2005, 2006. That was kind of last played. There was a whole like artifice and like magic robot kind of stuff in it. I think maybe there is, because I'm pretty sure I've seen someone play Magic on a stream at some point, and they had like a very robot heavy deck. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe that was something else. Am I doing something else?
The power to bring someone back from the dead. There's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Hello, Nervous, and yes, hello. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a conversation with someone right there. Hi Barley, how you doing? This is I'm Owen, for anyone who doesn't know. I'm playing The Forgotten City, a puzzle game, time loop game set in an ancient Roman city. There is a thing on the screen at the beginning about spoilers, so I am going to put that as a general, like, hey, if you're interested in playing this game, there's a point. I think that I should know the point. It kind of suggests there's a bit in this game of like, hey, beyond this is spoilers. So, just keep that in mind if you're interested. How's my Sunday going? It's going, I'm getting there. So she wants this. Her friend has just died of poisoning, so she wants to find an anti-venom of some sort, or let's see what I can do. Alright, what about you, Leah?
What do you want to know?
She got on. So the whole premise of this is that the city will die everyone in the city will die if a sin is committed. I've tested this. Theft is apparently considered a sin, which is fine. This person is a doctor. Friend just died of poisoning, but the city wasn't destroyed, so I'm assuming it was accidental or possibly animal afflicted. So we're having a discussion.
I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
So this is also the question I'm wondering now, because she said about some people need to be more discreet with this golden rule. The golden rule: if you break it, everyone dies. Does this mean it's only if you get caught? Right.
Hemlock, I believe.
Okay. I'm not going to say that to someone whose friend just died. Right.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Right. Where can I? Oh, what was that? Why? Wanted. So. She wants that. Going to the palace. Figure out. This is probably the one I'm gonna kind of keep. Well, at some point be highlighting it because I'm gonna keep following it. This seems interesting and will lead to that one. I'm gonna follow them. But I do need to figure out. It's locked. Okay. There's actually a way to track time. I assume it's passing. Hello.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
What's your story?
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Solutia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
How did you end up here?
Everyone else.
Well, that doesn't tell me much.
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
I mean, he is a talker. You're just not asking the. Come on, I could be asking him better questions.
If we have to. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Right, he's clear. Are they? Clearly he's not happy here either. What do you think of Golden Rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
No.
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
Things coming.
But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
It did say at the beginning they're always watching. Right, who are you voting for?
I'm not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin.
So finding, I assume finding Scintilla is a way to sway that vote then. Right.
Whatever.
So do they all? Yeah, I feel like maybe that's a bit too soon splash of like. It's to be fair, there was a good like little spot thing at the beginning about with a joke about a name, which was good. I just like I haven't lived through it yet. So milk, right. No recipe for bread. Summary: simple recipe for breaking bread. Generous pinch of yeast, pinch of salt, 2.5 cups of warm water, 1 pound of flour. Ha! Okay, I like that. So you can see the ink through the back of the parchment. Okay. Water in a mixer bowl and dissolve the yeast. Add the flour in a separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Knead it sticky. Knead until the dough isn't too sticky or floury. Cover the dough and leave in a warm place near the oven for an hour or so. It rises. Bake until the crust is golden and allowed to cool. That is a circular loaf of bread designed to be pulled apart into wedges. It has to be freely available to anyone who wants it. I'll take some of that. Cute. So, there we go. Take a loaf of bread. I have got a torch, I forgot.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Oh. Graffiti. Oh, Pierce the Thief. Stole my parrot lie. I wrote this to not get to finish. Right.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
I'll ask him about that in a minute. What's your story, though?
That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, hoping to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Commiserations.
But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Okay, so that's two who've said they went into the river during the Great Fire.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
Right, tell me about this golden rule.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
I'll see what I can do.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe.
Okay, they're all.
How is he ever protecting us?
They're all concerned about Scintilla's disappearance then. My nephew realised it's more fun to spit out water than to do that. Kids are weird, that's it. Alright, what's your deal?
All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
I got one.
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Install then. So based on some things, I think it's I think the statues are watching.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacis, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Hello.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
No. Okay, tell me about the city's history.
I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
Can you get out of them,
Not
though?
so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Discreet is an interesting word that keeps turning up. Right, yeah, you got more temple.
Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, That god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course.
Yeah. You've been... Interesting. Alright.
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Some
What do you think of
people
it?
say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair
I like this
rulers.
guy.
The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
How do you remove a god from power?
It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Alright.
When you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite the collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that?
Oh, there's Christians down here.
They won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, Please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
What I can do? Maybe vote for.
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Maybe I should go meet this Malleolus guy.
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Nice to talk to you.
Roman Edda looks odd without a horn, but that must be more modern innovation. Oh. Look at this note. Virgil, they may not see you yet, but I want you to know I see you. So why, actually, this is interesting. Why can I read the notes but not the graffiti? Virgil, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all?
Salve.
So, Structure ties. Maybe you're like a robot and the graffiti doesn't match your font library. That's a pretty good suggestion. Alright, I would, okay, I'm gonna check something. I want to see, okay, if no one sees me steal. Nope, okay.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, okay. Breaking the golden rule is in the end, so instead of reloading this, I kind of just want to see out this day first. Oop. Right one. So I'll before I muck around with this a bit. Anyway, I've learned that stealing is a sin. And confirm. Alright, this is. So I had wondered if when I was like, you know, if I'm hidden. Because again, people keep talking about being discreet. That made me wonder, is there... Oh wait, there. One stitch is here. I was just wondering, is there a spot I can be in where I'm not in the eye line of a person or statue?
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
I mean, this is technically true at the time. You know, I mean, Ireland was known to the, you know, to the Romans and as Hibernia, but I wouldn't have considered this a place people would.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Yeah, what's your deal?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
How did you get here?
A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and droning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
So, the Tiber is obviously the big linking point here. He's the first one who didn't say anything about the fire, though maybe he was too drunk to recognize it first. He also mentioned getting rescued by someone, which I think someone else did, which that also happened to me, so
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
yeah, sure, fair enough. That's a gosh. What do you think about getting out of here?
Not so loud. What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt?
No.
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story.
Alright. Go on.
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
So, why the new?
I am
Okay.
getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Okay, that as a potential sin? Question mark. Escape attempt.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing.
Yeah, that's not a bad rule.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
It's an interesting outlook, my friend. Who you vote for?
This is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Huh.
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
Okay.
This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though, Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night.
Oh,
Perhaps
okay.
you should ask her about it.
You know, I think I will.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Where's this one? There. Much. Guess I'm going to need to look around and find Fabia. Things that he's plans to buy once he's escaped. Villa on the Aventina, Rome, 2-horse chariot, seat and the Senate. 4-horse chariot, Villa on the Bay of Napoli, 10-horse chariot. Good, okay. We still find those creepy. Oh, this must be where Navia, I think, is locked up. Yeah, nothing obvious way in. Bottle. Garum, a fermented fish sauce used as a condiment, gives off a faint, salty aroma. It's the fish. Bowl. Serving bowl full of urine, which ancient humans used because of its ammonia content to wash and bleach their clothes. Smash. That's the aqueduct. Actually, I suppose I've actually not been back. I've not been to the back. Oh, okay. Oh no, this is where Navy is. Locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. Wait, why can I take... It doesn't say steal, it just... Ah. That's interesting. So are the... Hold on. I wonder if there's enough, like, I wonder if there's enough denarii hidden around that I can take. Wait, oh, can I just do... Here's a question. When I do a loop, will I still have my inventory? Because I still have my... If I still have... Like, can I just keep running there and get 1,000 denarii? And buy that anti-venom thing? And then... Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so this is into the... Okay, so this system. Not do that. Really? Didn't quite mean to, but...
Thank you. Thank
Huh.
you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now,
Yeah, why is
I
there...
make this solemn...
Why is there a body at the bottom of your pool?
Just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above.
I mean, it was
That
kind of an accident.
Either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny.
Alright,
By
you play
declaring
Rush.
there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
No, I don't think. So, that's interesting. I wonder if I can convince him.
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
I need to look at. So when I pick up that key again, this is interesting. This is kind of why I'm interested in just let this day play out. I wonder, well, what's your door? Will stop that state in my inventory.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to
Like, will I just be able to come in here the next time I look around? Right.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom.
Oh.
You're not supposed to be in here.
I'll get going.
I hope so. This is outrageous.
What's the Lots of interest around here. Produce ball. Stove. Nothing on them. Bit surprised it wouldn't let me like ask about the body at the bottom of the pool, but alright. Yeah, I guess. So no two. So there's 3 people missing. I assumed Navia was one of them, but maybe not. Maybe she's considered known. She's in the temple. So I don't. I have a feeling that's probably not Centillus, but
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Yeah.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Contrary little caput murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal?
Oh.
Why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
I want to go down with that.
Weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Let me just put my head down there. Kind of. No, I wonder if I get killed by something. I'm gonna have to load again. It's just giving me. No, it's giving me an autosave here, so let me just go and take a look. So if I get killed, it should be fine. Oh shit, that is just a fucking skeleton. Peeled statue. You're back. I've got a boot on. Have a look at you. Just like Doom 2, 2016. Right. Let's have a look around, see what we can find down here. Damn, side of might and magic, yes it is. Peeled statue is a very interesting term.
Please.
crushed creature. Oh, I found some arrows. And some coin. Yeah. These human-like creatures fatter in gold. And appears to be crushed to death while entering the cistern from the cave. Oh. Yeah, what about? Do you actually hurt me? Yeah, you did. Okay. I've got some arrows. Oh wait, is this just back out? It is. Well, go talk to the student and say, you know you can just kick that thing, right?
What now?
Oh.
Whatever. Just...
Yeah, whatever. Let's open each. Hopefully I can go, you know, it's just... You can just kick that. You can just kick it. Sure. Some water, yeah. Here now. I should have been keeping track of how many people I've actually talked to.
Magistrate.
Well, talk to you. Nope, she's... Feels like this is probably day's end then. No one cares about the torch I'm just waving around now. I want to learn about batteries and electricity and all that other good stuff. Please note. Oh. Oh.
Ow.
Hello.
Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Nope. I need to... Just don't know. Folks, stuff popping up in the background. So what do you think you're going to steal?
But I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look. I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible social behaviour arising through obsession with an alleged lost treasure. When I was sympathetic to your plight, the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you the important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I've reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that the letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory. No, I didn't realize I could do that.
What does it say? treasure.
What
My
is the
friend
treasure?
Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Yeah.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Yeah, okay.
Already tried that.
Oh.
The many shall
Oh.
suffer
Oh.
the sins of the one.
Everybody hide!
Yes. Whatever the event was trying to spot was happened while I was busy talking to him. Well, time to do a loop. Now, let's find out if I keep my inventory, and then if I can also go loot more gold. My inventory is the same. Okay, great. That's good to know. Okay. Yep.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I've had this conversation before.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
It's hilarious. And you're about to offer to take me to see Sentius, so he can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
Okay. So you know what? I'm going to go and look at some of the areas I haven't been to before. So what's down here? I don't know. Very nice. Apologies if you're the sort of person for whom the sound of running water makes you need to go to the bathroom, because there's a lot of it in this game so far. So this just brings me. Okay. Oh, right. So that's just where this path was. So wait. So is it the bats then?
Salve.
Oh, let's go have a look at your farm. Hello. How much gold do I have now? So close. Once I've got £1,000, I can go and I can solve, or I can complete one puzzle immediately. Oh. Is it a... Did you steal an apple? Chest over there. There is something on there, isn't there? Can I get round? Hello, Goose. Talk to the goose. Oh, I can't talk to the ghost. Oh, that's not fair. I think goose eggs isn't left. Wonder if I have anything I can ask you. No, I've asked before.
It's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Yeah, actually, what is your story?
It's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. It still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome, to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out.
No,
See, about 7 months ago,
okay,
an
this one
enormous
wanted
fire
to know.
broke out in Rome.
Yes.
Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river.
Another stranger.
Stumbled across this place and I started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Sure, lie. Okay, sure.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else
So,
you wanted to talk
one thing
about?
I'm interested in now is I wonder what happens when I do, if I do bring a suspect to what's-his-face, Sentius. I'm just going to
As
get
much
out
as
of
I'd
here.
have to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. All right, see you around.
Probably right on that last point. Yeah, I think I could dive in there, but I'm going to hold off a minute. Let me just look around first. Hold on, goose. Yes. Goose. That's the one thing I'm going to be disappointed with when I move, because I'm not... Might possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. That feels like a quest item. I have to move. So, at some point, yes. Okay, cool. I've got enough to buy that. That stuff now. Yeah, my lease runs out in March, and I have to start moving. Right. Well, more than likely, I will not be. I would like a little map, actually. No, I wish. Because we're going to keep to you than the virtual stranger. I'll not be as near to a lake as I am now, and I do enjoy going out and taking vegetable scraps and feeding the geese. I do like being around geese. They're funny little animals. So these older? What are shadows, one without flesh on? What have I got myself to? Might be climbing vault if only they could support my weight. Ah. Okay. This is a interesting little spot I didn't quite expect to find myself in, just wandering past a farm. But, right. Definitely want to talk. I'll look around and just... Dice Tower. Well, Dice Tower, designed to stop people from cheating when rolling dice. Clearly cheating must be a problem amongst Romans. Ha. Interesting. Okay. The only way out is whoever wrote this was interrupted, perhaps tragically.
I love clothes. So.
Oh, I know where I am now.
Lifts his triple head and lets out his.
Oh, okay. So this is, yeah.
Olivia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their
Malicious for the
trades,
sins of one.
imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Galerius for Magistrate. Countered by, I would rather drink really a special brew. Galerius' home. There has been torturous as the 7 labors of Hercules. Orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yes, I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glows at night. Was he Scintilla's admirer?
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
Alright. I think you're going to be interesting.
The ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me. You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my... Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Go on.
What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was,
Okay.
It wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Right, what's your deal?
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
Well, let's ask a few questions.
It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or
I wonder if
not?
this sort of thing where I can only get enough money to get the cure of this thing.
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
I'll pass
What's
the mod.
the matter? Can't afford it? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on occasion.
That's actually interesting, because if I can just borrow money, well, it's not going to matter if I do a loop.
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Whatever
Let's
you
do
like.
something else. Okay.
All right, see ya.
Get note of that. Aurelia. Listen to denarii for a way out. 10 denarii gossip. Okay. What else we got going on in here then? Beer vat.
Stay away from my money.
Yeah, I know. That's a Minerva, okay. Can't take that. Spirit. Well, rudimentary perfume from flowers and oil. Okay.
Vote for Malleolus, unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink. Get out.
Oh, she knows because I went poking out of stuff. I'm gone.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Okay. Guess she's annoyed that I went up to her room. Right. Let's see. Whoever defecated here needs to see a doctor. Lovely. So those little golden moths were also by those vines, which makes me think maybe there's an item I need to get through some areas. And there was like a mark where you can get to. Oh, okay. Shit. That's my last save though.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Well, alright, it's back here a bit. Well,
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
guess you're not angry at me now. Did I? Alright, let's just quickly talk to her again, but...
I'm so glad.
Yeah, okay. How do I do this?
Come on.
Yeah, that's fine.
I take back. Let's just forget that ever.
Okay.
You know. So.
Right, here's your money.
I'm impressed. Didn't take you long to gather.
Let's see what she's got to tell us.
Fortune. And now for my end of the bargain. Here is your way out.
Ah.
This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be over in no time. Because the only way out of here is death. Congratulations on your purchase. Sorry, a deal's a deal. No refunds. I offered to sell you a way out, and I did. It's death. There's nothing illegal about that. And I should know. This isn't exactly the first time I've made this deal, and it won't be the last. There's a reason everyone else who bought my way out has kept it quiet. And it's that they didn't want everyone else to know just how foolish they'd been. Do you? Oh, I think it is. Pleasure doing business with you. You stay away from my money!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'm gonna have a quick look at her diary. Maybe I'm a way out to desperate fool. Of course, may not have been the way out she was hoping for, but hemlock still counts. That'll teach her for assaulting my hair. And since I didn't break the golden rune, I may have to try this again sometime. So did she sell... Oh, hold on. Right, again another 1,000 denarii richer, thanks to Opius and his desperation to escape. Of course, there's very little to spend the money on here, but just having it gives me a little thrill. For a brief moment at least. I finally have something to spend my money on. Yes, it's running for magistrate in the election tomorrow, and he's promised that for a sufficient tribute, I'll be able to move into the old Sentius villa once it's vacated. How he plans to achieve this, he wouldn't say. But still, I'd better make sure he wins. So, did you... Oh, actually, can I... Oh, well. See you later, Aurelia. I have an idea. Yeah. Oh, good. Wait, oh.
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange.
I assumed it was just going to give me that other one.
I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
Yeah. Okay. Do I now have... a lot more denarii. Because I still have the... And I've got my diary. Very nice.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Ah. I think I know how to get in there, but it's going to require... Oh, actually, yeah, let me go talk to... You'll find the priestess and the doctor. Oh, old scroll. With the golden rule. As per our custom, I should begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Who among us is not awoken at night in a cold sweat, fearing some sort of accidental transgression of the golden rule? All of us must accept that we are all capable of error, whether from a momentary lapse of judgment or a conscious decision based on faulty reasoning. Yet the great threat, the sword of Damocles that we live under, is, I believe, merely a deception, and I shall prove it to you. Let me begin by dismissing the counter-arguments. First, it may be argued that the inscription stating, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one," is evidence that the golden rule is very real, but that is logically unsound, for we cannot assume that the writers knew any more than we did. That this message was inscribed does not make it true, any more than if I were to ascribe Doritus the Younger is a god. Second, it may be argued that the statues in this place are evidence that the golden rule is real. You need not remind me of that. It was I who discovered them all around the city. It was I who collected them, placed them in a handcart, and placed them in the niches in which they sit today. I will not soon forget them, and yet I refuse to leap to the conclusion that they were once real people. There is simply no evidence to support that conclusion. When we read the story of Venus bringing the Melian sculpture Galetta to life, we do not believe it is true. Why should we take a different view here? But ultimately, these arguments are just that. After years of living in fear, there's only one way for me to prove that this golden rule is a falsehood, and that is through action. Friends, I apologize for this in advance, but one day you will see this moment as a turning point in the city's history. Let us all see, once and for all, if the golden rule is real, as I strike one of you with my fist. Well, guess it didn't work out for him. Here now. Well, this is the marketplace. Okay. Ulpius of Scintilla. Connected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. We have up here then. Oh, zip line. Huh, okay. This is going to lead into... Where am I? Oh. Oh. I've been down here before, okay. Oh, right, yes, I recognize where I am now. I went down that way before. So, alright, okay. What is in here, though? Red. Stone disc. Oh, hello. I believe I found our secret Christians, or at least their hiding place. Some ordinary. Alright, let's... Hey Edmund, how you doing? Alright, having a bit of a look. Trying to solve some Roman mysteries. Alright, where is this priestess? To talk to her again. Oh yeah, actually, what's your deal?
What is it, citizen?
I want to know more about you. What's your story?
I'm of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. And making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire.
So you got caught in the fire as well.
People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation.
So one thing I've not figured out is kind of what order these folks all kind of arrived in.
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Ah. Oh, this is probably what I was... This is kind of what I was looking for earlier. Hoping for something like this. Cool. Okay, this is useful. Fabia I'm looking for. I remember she being someone I want to find. Oh, I should find Cannibal's quarters, actually. Gosh, disappeared. Okay.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. War crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent. Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous. If you like.
So, a little bit of philosopher, this guy.
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze of the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought. But you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Aquetia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her, but it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better? I suppose that's true. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius.
Claudia's not someone I've talked to yet.
You might feel better though, I suppose.
No.
Fine. All right. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Let's just have a look at that there. I've heard Horatius accuse.
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
Same makes what difference now.
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh? That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even...
Ah, yes, this is what I was talking about. Look, lots. I bet something will let me start climbing that stuff. Go.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. You don't know Sturkus. Whatever.
Okay. Ask anyway.
Hey!
Yeah, no, I've been down here before.
About going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Okay. Probably don't need to go in there just yet, but... Oh, here we go. Yep.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face, Ave, and may Vesta Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes.
River.
I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Memory
That's
lapse.
true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
And they...
Yes, I also had such an
They also mentioned the
encounter.
fire, but...
It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
I did.
And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance wearing a hood?
Oh. C-H-A-R-O-N. I see.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Not Karen.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon.
Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
What's the deal?
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule.
Wait, who are you?
But now's not the
Okay.
time.
Good to know. Just want to know who you are. See what I can do.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Okay. Huh. Well.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that?
Huh.
The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl!
Warning. Shrine may collapse at any moment. And that was a little... That was a little goofy. Right.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
Physically can't.
Is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
To the wrong person.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind.
Dear.
What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
What can
Very
you do?
well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes.
I know who he is.
And one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burned half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
I don't know where he is.
Suddenly it's all coming back to you, is it? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
I'm gonna take his bow. He's gonna cause the golden rule. Assassin looks busy. I should try talking to him again later. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get a boat off him. I need to have a bit more of a look around this area.
How'd you do? Salve, stranger, and welcome to...
Yeah.
I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. Alas, it seems she's taken the details to the tomb with her. Very well, another time.
My stream die. It did. Did it? No? Alright, okay. That looked like that dropped for a minute and then came back. I don't know what happened there. Did it actually die for a moment? Sorry, we're just having a quick check to see. No, okay. Maybe not. Right. Oh yeah, give me the
Back again.
yeah.
Certainly.
Right.
You have it. Pleasure doing business. Can I... Very well. Another time.
Well, I guess I could have stolen it and then done the loop, couldn't I?
What now?
Alright. Can't tell anyone about the dude with the bow now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
Malleolus, you
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through
Wow,
me.
I can't take his bow now. Well. Time to do a loop, actually, guys. Will you come out here? Yeah, you will. I want to see what's... Yep. Damn it. Right, Caesar, get out of the way. Oh, shit. What am I stuck on? Oh, well, no. It was only goals and arrows. I thought it was going to be something a bit more interesting in there. Alright. I've got my... Oh, can I? So, I didn't realise, but I think... I assumed Yulia died before I actually got here, but... No. Fine.
Traveler from a faraway land.
I've got a life to save.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cumulatus won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Kinda.
Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes.
Don't worry, I know, I've got a diary.
I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. Oh no, sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not.
I guess no one else hears the statues then.
There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her.
Oh yeah,
that
Nivea.
was Nivea.
Oh.
And she went a little mad. Well, she used to
no.
until she suddenly this
Okay,
the
I've seen all this stuff
she's
before.
been gone so, but I real one of he's become so that's
Okay. Hey, you were dead the last time I met you.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Oh, Claudia, that must be the other woman in Malleolus's house.
Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Talking about something else.
You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here.
It's true, a few people did say they had a...
Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. I can tell you, but it's a long story.
Go for it.
Right. I'd been here about a week, when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I'm not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. But I was so happy to have the money I didn't question it. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years.
but I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral.
I see those alerts coming in there, Edmund. 1 second. I'll let this.
Humiliating outfits while I worked, day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Hey Meditat, was it free on it? I think it actually was at some point. I think you're right on that. Yeah, because when I was actually looking it up to find out like where it was on sale and stuff, it was. I think I actually mentioned that when I was looking at the site I was looking at. I actually completely forgot to shut the free game stuff on there.
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. Okay. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into
that sits down there
by now.
Okay.
If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Can I make it up in time?
Apollo keep you safe.
Or is he already dead? Because if he is, I mean, like, this is the thing now, I know I can just loop stuff, so I can always just go set the loop in motion, grab a bunch of gold, grab the cure, do a little bit. Oh.
Salve, friend.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's good.
Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Actually,
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
no.
Oh no. No. Oh, Pierce, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please,
Trying to pause to go get water and everything, but
carefully.
okay, I'm gonna have to be careful. Okay.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Oh.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord, that poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted moments after you arrived.
And two suspected Christians, Malleolus and
I'll
Octavia.
have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Been in here. So, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, so that actually is pretty neat. I got, I'd heard people talking about it, and after playing Obra Dinn last week, I was going, you know, I kind of feel like playing a puzzle game. It's kind of scratching that itch.
Help! You have a man.
Okay.
Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not? None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only
Can I
one
stop
in
you
the
going
city.
into that temple?
You'll just have to improvise. Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die.
I say just... Nope. Damn it. Guess I can't stop her running in there.
The
Yeah. Oh. I guess I got a bit too close. Right. On that note, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm just going to go grab some water. And I'll get back. I'll only be 2 minutes. I'll kill the mic and I'll tap back into the game so at least you get the game audio in the background. It's pretty okay music. Alright, 2 secs. I'll be right back. Alright, back again, and I'm joined by the cat now as well, who... Cleo. Yep, good. She's gonna be menace. I know, at some point she's gonna jump up at me. Claws in my legs. Oh yes, so I have water so I can hydrate. And then I did a bit of a stretch, but I'll do another one. Posture check. Yep, posture is still bad. Okay, that's right. I'm gonna leave her to her own.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
Right,
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city.
So I kind of hoped.
May Apollo keep you
Actually,
safe.
let's see if you
Feeling
anything new to
alright?
say.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you. Feeling all right? Sure. What do you want to know? Gladly.
Okay, she's not going to
That's
tell me
a
anymore.
shame.
So I probably have to go talk to Malleolus then. Okay, so they probably knew about Opus then, and Scintilla. Oh, actually, I should talk to the other daughter actually as well. Try not to make her annoyed at me this time.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh.
We talked about this before.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought.
So, blasphemy isn't a sin?
I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. Oh, and I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate.
Okay.
What are you doing? Ugh, what is it with you people? Well, that... I don't know. We went...
Can't bring up.
I think... Because... That doesn't... He's...
Okay.
I don't know. All I know is... So...
Alright, so I can't move.
Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front. Thank you.
Okay, thought maybe I could bring up Opus. Yes. So we got note. Scintilla, Decentus, Sentius, Essentia, and Clementia give you strength to forgive me. I'm sorry to leave you this way, but I found a way to escape and I must take it. I hope we'll meet again someday. Did she also get hemlock? Oh, I think I found a suggestion to write a diary. Nope. Guess that annoyed you. Sorry. You're gonna be out of. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't tell some of this stuff.
What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Scentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door. What have you discovered? Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows.
A bit late, I'm afraid. I really...
Oh, I see. Well, Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just promise me you won't give up on her. Thank you.
Do I have anything else to tell you?
What have you discovered? Oh, I see. Of course. What have you discovered?
Oh, yes, that.
Yes.
So can I sneak in here? It's beautiful daughter called Oblige, and maybe read this further, and maybe I'm tied to our secrets. Some money. Okay. Kitchen. Hello. It's fine. Right. So they never did ask Sentius how he got here.
Citizen.
yeah.
We're finally alone. I assume we have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so...
Very perceptive.
What happened?
Oh, I didn't. I was kind of deciding today, Nanatsu, whether I was going to play this or Inscription. I think I might play Inscription next.
Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and
I actually went off and played.
Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
I played the Hex. I've played Pony Island before, and then I just played the Hex just because I had it for ages. I just never played it, so I probably will play Inscription now. Right.
Sextus
To me, about
Sentius Imperiosus is my name.
Sextus.
Though Magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you.
Yep.
So it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well.
No, I played Pony Island relatively soon after it came out. I want to say, I can't remember how I ended up picking it up, but that game is pretty decent. And then the Hex is good, but there's maybe a bit too obvious about what it's trying to do. Pony Island kind of was as well, but the Hex kind of maybe was a bit too far. I think, from what I've heard of Inscription, there are some shared themes, let's say, but I wonder if Inscription maybe does it a bit better. Alright.
If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being
So wait, how
of
did
the
your
Roman
daughter
people.
get here?
Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass.
Dude, I've walked around so many areas here. There's no trespassing. It's not. Trespassing is not a sin.
An incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Ask then.
Okay.
Good. Now, was...
Okay.
Of course, what is it? Why then did you say, it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Come to talk to you later.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Scripture's more of a game, especially with the update there. And, oh yes, I did hear they ended in endless mode. She's big show. Which one do I have marked? Oh wait, can I talk to no.
Oh, that's keeping an eye on things, Horatius.
As always, priestess.
News about some Nadia or Kabash.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right? No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. It's very sad. She was such a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny.
Oh.
Go away. I know what
Okay,
kind
yeah.
of...
No, that's a poorly thought out question to ask. I feel that other one. Okay.
On your best behavior, I trust.
I think I've been in this building before, but I don't remember meeting anyone in here. Oh, this is your house. Okay.
Majestic.
Anything else to talk to you about? Yep, okay. For that.
I suppose it's usual. Oh, let's do it your way. You just keep it. You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is?
Remind
Vesta
me.
is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people. Put simply, I tend to the temples, ensure their sanctity is preserved. Why? So that we continue to honor our gods, invite their blessings, and not bring their wrath down upon us, of course. It's vital that we keep them appeased and remain in their good graces. See you again soon, I hope.
Right, I'm gonna have to talk to you about the pattern stuff because she, again, at some point, because I assume they're gonna have to do something to get around that temple collapsing. Oh, this is just a side door.
Thank you.
Yo.
Demetrius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect the city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Demetrius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happened.
So you're sending me down there to get killed, maybe.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then
Can I really not ask you about...
demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? You are acting very strangely. I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I
can't ask about the fact that I know, like, your name is... what was it? I can't even remember now. Well, that assassin gave me your actual name. So I know she's Claudia.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange men in private.
Being half behind the door, being stealthy. No, that's it.
Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had quite enough of this.
Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Do I need to call Demetrius? Get out!
Well, wasn't that guy. I'm going to have a look around.
Hey,
Yeah,
you're not
no,
thinking
I
about
know.
going into the cistern, are you?
I've been down here before. We've had this discussion.
Without...
Yeah, there we go. I'm going to go have a look. I want to see if there's anything down here I missed. Especially now that I know I can just go big boot, big boot, big boot, big boot. Let's see. I should finish the bath. Nope. There's another spot I can climb if I figure out whatever I need to climb in. Send yet. Check it out with me. Cool. That's where that's crushed, right. That's the way back up. Is there anything else down here I've missed then? He seems to be just in the water, so that's grand. Not in the water itself. Oh no, it's shallow. Okay, I thought I could dive. A quick look there. It's no pendant. It's at the end of this. So I assume. I mean, Sen makes me assume it's Sentinels. So let's go and bring that up to the magistrate. Actually, who else did she?
Oh, you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortune.
Citizen,
talk to you about.
returned. Do you have...
Oh, that's not okay. Yep.
What have you discovered? Oh no, that's Scintillas. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead?
There's only one skeleton down there, so.
But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just baseless speculation then. I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself and leave me alone to grieve, you barbarian.
Oh, guess it's the end of that person. Oh, the pendant now, so that will open some stuff up. I can talk to Ulpus on the next run around as well.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
Met before? You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here.
I don't know.
It makes me very sad. Gold? You mean treasure?
Let's talk about your treasure.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to
Oh yeah,
follow
no, I've heard this
no,
before.
Bye-bye.
Let me have a look at the... where's my list of people? It's in register. Yes. Let's try to see if there's anyone there I missed so far. Kabash, I've not heard. I don't think I've heard anyone mention it so far. Sufficient. Right. Wait. Oh wait, I've missed it. I just realised I've not gone through a whole area here, have I? Oh, no, no.
Thank. I have to. What? Why? All right.
Okay,
fine.
good.
Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Yeah, there's a... Isn't that the, isn't that Rome, or isn't that Pompeian graffiti? I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah, I think... Oh no, okay, I thought... Oh yeah, I meant to check as well. Loot these again. Yeah, I can. Okay, you can just repeatedly loot chests, which makes sense, presumably. Davey I should also definitely talk to a bit more. Oh. Oh, no, I guess that's the edge of it. Let's just go across. Okay. What's the Villa Upper? That's what's going to get me a bit confused now, as I feel like where is it? In the middle. It says lower. Oh, is that actually? Is that where the priestess lives? No, she's in lower. Oops. Oh wait, no, yeah. Okay, so that is where she is. So maybe she just isn't flying here very often.
So you survived the cistern.
Talking already. Maybe, are you in here? I think I'd like to talk to you. Yeah.
I'm hiding. Did you stop him?
Not yet.
What are you waiting for?
I'll come back and talk to you in a minute. Do I have her diary still? I do. If I can confront her with anything. Actually.
Just as the ocean.
Can I?
You think it is better?
Alright. I need to figure out what to do about that assassin, I suppose, before I can kind of make progress with her.
Ah, you're here.
Yeah.
And there's...
Yeah.
How...
Oh.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemp.
Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't have been that blunt with her.
Halcyon turns.
Oh, well. But somehow that didn't count as stealing. The chest up in the clinic. So make sure, can I find the little Christian shrine? Awesome. Oh, no, Olivia. It is called Cursed. The shows offer up his innards to be born, measured over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water and the tree grass that eludes you. Use this of his attack up through the stone that always returns. Ixion returns and follows after himself and flees, and the 49 ladies who dare to plot the destruction of their cousin's husbands fetch again with incessant labour at the water they have lost. This area. I'm going to keep getting lost in, I think. At some point I'm going to go looking for that shrine and not be able to find it. I'll have to see if I can figure out what actually causes the golden rule to be broken, because that's something I've not actually seen yet. Wait, there's another name on that list. Unlisted as pupil, isn't there? This is registered. Or is that just Octavia? No. Pupil. Oh, censure. Okay, never mind. Censure. I'd like to know where Octavia is. Maybe I should try following her the next time. So no, Vigo and other assassin. It's not going to stop it. Oh right, what's in the chest in here? Some willow bark.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment? Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me
And now I can get some information on Rufius.
He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
I wonder if Rufius actually is the guy who causes the problem. If he just finally hit someone or something.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame.
Right. Oh, the back of the pizza. Okay. Yep.
Name's Rufius.
Yeah.
What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for.
I like how, again, I know this
hasn't abandoned me after all.
This started as a Skyrim mod, and I do like that they do the Bethesda grab the quest item and push behind them motion.
Cursed statues always watching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Okay.
Can't talk long, got to stay sharp, but families from Solution on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've
Okay, I did get this information off you before.
Because we're all...
Oh, guess he's not asked to talk to me. No, see about. Oh,
Ah, you again. No, I don't. I did hear a rumor that Aurelia, the tavern keeper, has been offering to sell a way out. But I barely have two sesterci to rub together. I'll tell you this much.
Right.
I hate...
Cool.
And you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away. Seems like I'm the only one ready for... I don't know. Don't tell me you're one of those golden...
Well, I'll have annoyed him now. What's up with... I mean, it's... well, they've got wheat, they've got cabbage, they've got leeks. They were specifically... Well, they've got goose eggs, they've got goat milk, they have fish, though the fisherman is missing. Any pizza? Well, there is bread. There's no tomatoes, unfortunately. Not that I've seen. So I couldn't do anything about it. Like a nice. I want to say like very, like rudimentary. Like I mean, look, pizza is bread with toppings, you know, baked together. That's not. You know, I'm not going to say that pizza has been around, was around at this point, but enough. So you had the constituent parts, but tomatoes, right? I'm pretty sure tomatoes are native to the Americas, I think. I don't think they hit. Or at least I'm pretty sure that tomatoes kind of came along later. In kind of culinary history, but like wait a minute. That wasn't a That's not what that corpse looked like before. Before that was very clearly like... Huh. That's... Right. So on the way back, I need to grab the cure from the market, or I should say on the leap. I need to grab the cure from the market, which is here. I think that's all I need to bring back with me. Because it doesn't... Oh no, it does. Okay, it does keep it. Okay, so I don't need to grab that again. Okay, so I actually don't... Okay, so it's kind of generous that way. Right, I kind of want to let the... Probably near to the... Oh, right, I can talk to the priest, can't I? The priestess and start the election. Kind of early. Where is she? I could talk to someone. I mean, I could see what the magistrate has to say about some of these claims.
Citizen? Ah, you've returned. Do you have any... Of course. Yeah.
Oh.
What? An assassin? What are you talking about? Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go. Quickly. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand. Forthwith. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire down here, fending for ourselves on the brink of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Think of the lives you'll be saving. Any way you can. Despite my weapons ban, it's been my experience one can always find a weapon if one looks hard enough. Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
Do I have to find a weapon then? Because I'd kind of assumed that I could... Again, I did force the loop before. I'd kind of assumed that I'd get...
Salve.
I could take a hammer. A hammer is a pretty good weapon. Especially if a guy comes through a door when he's not... And you're right there waiting for him. What happens if I try to go in the shrine now that it's... with this collapse on top of me? Yes. Yes, it will. I'd have thought. Hold on.
Stop right there.
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
There we are.
Let you live for now.
but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Crispy Christmas, yes. Oh, I have not had a proper look around in here, have I? Oh, this is the Greek. Okay, that's the Greek temple you can almost talking about. Look, it's right in there. You should absolutely go in now. Ignore the fact that there is very clearly no one in that building as you walk in. Just behind the door, I swear to you. Ignore the sign.
Curse you, cultist!
Oh, hey. She knows. Order of Emperor Nero, all sons of Rome, and are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintius Crispus, citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He's about 45 years old. He has an average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. He's typically clean shaven. He's a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Oh, cool, and now I can bother. Yes, but firstly, quick chat with you.
Are they? We'll speak again after
I have carried out your
order. Ah, I see. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the crux of it is this. To illustrate, when the gold, if you manage to succeed in saving our life, the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going...
Right, okay.
Excellent. So it looks like you'll have to continue your invention.
That's fine, okay.
Thank you.
So you did give me something interesting to think about there.
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. Allow me to explain. The crux of it, to illustrate. If you the same, if I.
I think we'll die. I'll return my teeth. We're back.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Death must leave
Right. So what happens now with this time paradox? Oh. Ow.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here long. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty. But the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
To me, weird. That definitely wasn't me.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but The way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't
Very common
understand how
name.
you could have been here 2,000 years ago. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
Mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius, multis dolabant. And many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
104. I might have survived if you hadn't killed Sanchez in cold blood. Well, that was one thing. Okay. Interesting. I kind of over. I'm gonna keep playing this. This is yeah. I'll wait till I get a proper ending. That feels like a kind of.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here.
Okay. Let's have a look around now that while I have the bow. I'm not planning to. Here's my question. Can I do anything about this dude now that I have a bow? Crispy, right. Still in the water. Oh shit. Ha. That's all it took. I assume there's going to be more than that. I should have a look at that Greek temple and the bathhouse now as well. Oh, this is I say I can swim under here, but it's not very deep. Okay, nothing in here. That looks like it's a way in from somewhere. Maybe. Wonder if the gladiator will say anything. Oh, and I can confront what's his face. Yo, I killed your ghost.
What now? She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. Whatever.
Alright, let's go talk to this fella first. Nothing behind him. There he is.
You again. What is it now?
Hey, Christmas. Nope. Not very good at bluffing, are you?
Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? I trust you can see yourself out through the door this time. All right, now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
Picking your key again. My key now.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky. What now?
Oh, I thought maybe he'd say something slightly different if I was holding the bow to him. Pull the bow on him, he goes straight back to shops. I think we're about at the point where the election is going to be called.
Greetings and salutations.
But I just have enough time to have a look. Oh. Hello. Huh. Oh, shit. Gonna find a whole new area right at the end of the day. No, I'm gonna have to come back down here on the next loop because I need to see what goes on with the election and see if I can figure out who actually starts the whole loop going. Oh, I need to talk to What's-Her-Face as well. Fabia.
Oh my, I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo.
You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse? I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after
after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way. I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us? What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people
So Anita just tell me about
other, we won't have anything to worry about.
the leads I need for
Thanks. And I like your
Virgil.
They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Well, that gives me 3 bits.
All right.
3 bits to ask
Thanks
about.
again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
So I forgot now that I've made the temple save. I can.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Okay.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a tragedy, a terrible, horrible waste of human life which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I want to hear more of what you're.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Come on, what have you got going on?
So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Golden bow.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what. Oh, gods no. If you tried that, we'll be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
This is interesting, actually. Okay.
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? Only because he was silly enough to get caught.
Right.
So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
Hey.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
I don't have time to do this, am I? Because she's electrical. Hold on. I want to talk to you.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? Interesting.
Okay.
Yes. I suppose that could be some. What else? That's true. What else? Yeah, it. And I. Because.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe that postpones the election and then I can have a bit more time for this. So anyway, she's still coming, she's still coming. Ah yes, because this is where... Yes, that's where I fell through. Alright, what have you got?
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems None of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins?
Good question.
In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many
I want
others
some
did
pizza
not.
to immerse myself in this game. Is that because you feel like you have to eat microwave pizza to feel like you're in hell?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Mean.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Okay.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize.
Okay.
That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th,
I know where to find Greek.
plaque.
I assume that's in the tunnel in the Greek temple. Alright.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city.
Right.
Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman
So I need to get...
plaque.
Okay. I'm thinking this through. Octavia is part of that cult. I know that much. I need a key to get in past the gate in front of the shrine. Need to find the shrine again is the other problem. Keep getting lost as I try to find it. So I probably need to do some work with Octavia to progress that.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local
Hello, Sass.
bookseller,
How you doing?
Georgius. His
Oh.
store is in the
Guten
forum.
Tag.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern.
Oh.
So perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Well, I can't get a rumour off her just now because I've annoyed her, but I only need 10 denarii to unlock that, so that's not going to be a problem. And the mystery plaque?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Okay.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, It's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Oh, Persephone. Okay, so this is the Roman name for Persephone. Okay. German McDonald's, it sucked. Well, they're telling me that you didn't enjoy Die Big Mac or Die Grosse Mac.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide.
Look at that. A link there
I
in a
don't
second.
suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
What's this link? Oh, I've heard about they. Didn't they start that last year? I feel like someone said that on Bombcast or something a while ago.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Let me think on that.
And right here, I don't know if he said anything about it. I think it might have been on one of the voicemail call-in shows it was mentioned.
Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper cistern. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Yeah, I'll talk with her first.
Time is of the essence, so you'd best begin.
Well.
Let Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Considering that we're at the end of the day, I think anytime I go, into one of those I think anytime the game loads, it's pausing time. So I don't think that conversation actually took time. But when I go back out here now, we'll start rolling, and then the election will be called, or whatever will happen will cause the date or the curse to occur, and then have to roll into some of these questions into the next day. Just how do I get to the boat though? Oh, there. Oh, no one seemed to care.
Partner, do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide
Oh,
under the door
you
for me.
fucker.
I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh,
What kind of game is this? It is a puzzle game, mystery game / time loop game.
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
Yeah, because
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Right, let's see here now. I mean, the thing is, I can just wait till time loops, theoretically. No, this is actually new. That bow I just got turns things to gold. So it's okay. Well, the algae hurts me. Oh right, because I've got. Okay. Because the algae is alive. Which means it can become a platform. Ah. Right, this is...
My beloved Galatea,
Oh.
I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down the corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment,
That's the better way to... Yeah, well, It's okay. So this is a city, a Roman city that's hidden underground. If anyone sins, then the statues in the city come to life, shoot bows at the people and turn them to gold, and wipe them all out. Which is why I went and grabbed this bow. It's so there's also a time portal that I can hop into to, when that happens, to return to the start of this day, and I carry anything, basically everything I've got and picked up continues with me, and there's some other stuff, but that's kind of separate kind of to the whole gold thing. The gold thing is its own thing.
I knew the full horror of this place.
Oh.
Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
This is where Nivea is. And apparently is in a bad state. I don't know if you should be thanking me, because it seems like you get turned to gold, you're still at least somewhat conscious of it. Oh. At least kind of sound happy.
You're not supposed to be here.
Not expecting that talking to the merchant about his bow scheme would be what kind of got me to this, kind of got me this far ahead in the game. Right, this is niche and not quite where I was expecting it to go. Not locked yet. Okay, down the pit I go. Yep. Oh, wait, it's still... Here's a question. What happens if I send? What happens if I'm sending in the thing and I turn to gold? Oh. Yeah, you find a spot of algae to test that in and send in it. I can wonder if that kills me instantly. Engineering. Oh, okay. If you actually hit the wall, part of it will turn to gold as well. I wonder what makes them healed. You know what concerns me? So are these folks who were turned to statues and then somehow the gold was stripped away from them? Is that what Peeled is suggesting? The flames? Yeah, the flames caught that one, weirdly. Oh, I could have waited until they were all in the water and then hit them. What's the point of calling first? There were some quests that required or could have used coins to complete. It's also so, like I said, if a sin is committed, okay, like that, the statues come to life and kill everyone. One of the first things you can do is pick up a bag of coins and immediately cause death. So this again, this started up as a Skyrim mod, so you have to remember some of this stuff is left over from that, and also some of it is very funny because what that would have meant is what you do in a Bethesda game, but you can pick up everything. So if you walk into an area and see like, oh, a bag of coins, no one's here to see me pick these up, so of course I will, and then immediately everything comes to life and kills you. Something I can... So with all that kind of in context as well, so some pretty good bits to this. Yep, that's the second part.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the statues.
Oh, okay, so she's been...
City, as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment.
So she's been creating the appeal for that.
Any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to him. It was true that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. I know that is not real, just one I borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Milk is organic matter. Yes, no. You're not resting yet. I'm gonna check at some point. You'd stand still. Are you stuck there? I think that guy's stuck. Oh yeah, he's just caught in the curtain. He's okay, he'll be fine. Can't get out of any of those spots. It does feel a bit silly that I'm wandering through here now and just picking up arrows over and over again. You've got to make some sort of concessions for this. You know, I was a bit surprised when a bunch of them over here. Oh, you know what? I wanted to check something there. Okay, it doesn't turn me into gold when I'm standing on it then. Okay. Good to know. But also a little disappointing. Oh yeah, that's what the counter is. Wait, do you have a scroll nearby? Oh.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as carefully as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but I had released her from my restraints. Her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing.
Just said this. That's clearly that is not a to scale statue. That does not need to be. It's not one that was turned to gold. Clearly.
And after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god-forsaken place.
I kick one of them over the balcony. Oh well. Used to be dead. Evidently its death didn't break the golden rule. Huh. That's unpleasant. Need to be more spikes to kick them into. Oh. I wonder if it's possible to do this in one cycle. Hello. No.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments.
I'd come in here because I got locked into a temple. It wasn't my choice.
You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
Well, I'm not made of skin. Oh, I'm not made of gold, should I? Yeah.
What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one.
I could hit her with my bow.
Cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess...
Well, I already have that key, but it's
I'll
fine.
give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
There you go.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these Poor souls. What can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
And I'm now hitting the actual time cycle again. Good. Oop. Well, that was nearly bad. Shit, where else have I seen stuff I could climb on? Definitely seen it in a few places because I remember spotting those moths. I remember one of them was down in the pool, and one of them is in the cave, I think. I want to find out where's this dude while I talk to him. Where's the bow guy gone? Anything new to tell me? Probably not.
Survey again. Certainly.
Never mind. That light just come on? What TV here? So I still don't know what actually in the normal cycle starts the
A fellow traveler
hello.
from a faraway land.
Salve.
Gold cabbage? No. Right. I'm a bit concerned it's getting late and I might miss the... Okay, let's see. I have to go and drop down onto there to get to it. Okay. Thank you, Seth. But I wonder when this is being called.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
So you survived the cistern. What now? Do I seem like anonymous threats of my style?
Actually, that's fair.
Whatever.
That's an absolutely fair point. I wonder if we can talk to Olivia before the boat starts.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, but it does not say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
It's true as well. Oh, there's folks in the room behind me because time just keeps going, so they'll do their own thing and start talking.
There is a downward path.
This is a
fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city.
Nope.
Where Black Dis
Blogger.
has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Wish I'd walk around to see the base instead of standing behind you.
Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Yeah, so speaking of the mic, so again, small team, indie game anyway, but you know, also look, this I don't, well, maybe some of them were, but I don't know. They got like a full cast of like professional voice actors, so this is probably people working on like limited equipment to actually do the voice recording and stuff. So that's...
Wow, isn't that a big long bow?
Oh, shut up. You.
I have nothing to say to you, kaput mad.
Alright, he's annoyed at me.
What is it, citizen?
I have to talk to him again on the second day.
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
She tricks people into entering indentured servitude. No, it's...
Citizen Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
Let's see, I have to remember. What's the other... Who's the other person I should talk to? No, I have to... Right, where are their phones? Citizens Register. Actually, they're probably all. Who's there? She's also the song, which is okay. They're all in here somewhere then.
Time to go to the starter.
Oh. Looks like the election is starting. Galerius is trying to hit on. Have anything more to say to me?
Friend, you have given me.
Okay, never mind. How many times did I break the gold rules? Handful? I was trying to think now. One was to get one of the endings. I've actually seen this. I'll have a look. One time I stole something.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
That might have been it, actually.
Marcus Malleolus Gurgis.
Oh no, I deliberately reset the cycle once and stole something. About maybe 3 times.
Candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
You know, it can be breaking the rules until you get it right. Oh yeah, no, I know.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus.
Because I figured I could loop stuff around as well. Ooh.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus.
Huh.
I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus.
Ooh.
That's more like it.
Ooh, careful.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
I actually missed this election the first time I came. I kind of got through.
To you, good citizens.
So I never actually saw this bit.
You will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more. For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule is exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken.
Yeah, so the first time I looped, I was talking to Julius and I could hear this kind of going on in the background, but didn't realize what was going on until suddenly it all kicked off and I went, okay. So this is actually only my second full loop in a sense. Oh. Okay. So clearly it wasn't. So it wasn't then. Let's step it up. So the event wasn't that. Good question. Time to loop again. Alright, okay, hold on. I need to do some things. First, I need to go... I need to save Julia. Then I need to save Ulpius. Do I need to do, is there anything else in this order? Hold on, I'm trying to think. Was there anything first on the list? No, I think they're the only two things. Please, I'm gonna ask just no spoilers on this. I'm going in blind, so I've not done any of the election stuff. I'm still figuring out some of these loops and still figuring out some of the general mysteries.
Well, sounds
Okay.
serious. I'm listening.
Can I get him to do stuff now?
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Oh, this is really good. Okay, this is really useful.
My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Ah, that is a very useful system. That's very handy. Okay.
Ave.
Yes. Right, let's go talk to Ulpius. Okay, yes. So I can't get into the cistern just yet. Also never found Octavia after this. Oh, I guess that's grand. Yeah, you're grand.
All right.
I just talked to Ulpius. That's fine.
Oh no, no. Ulpius, what are you doing?
That's it.
What?
Why do you think?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, I'll help him. Thank you.
Okay.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning.
And
If
she's
I backed
been
out
saved.
now,
You're
I'd
fine.
be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
I actually think I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
No.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we're both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Well, you can answer some questions, mate.
Ah. And there it is. All right. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, She went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her, standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me, and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she'd known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's just his wife is in there.
That was the only idea I had. I'll give it some more thought. Come and find me a little later. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Right. Hey, I haven't talked to you yet. Ooh, there he goes.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something? Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue. If you like.
It's a good question here.
I'm afraid not. Although I did once.
Oh, I
hear
forgot. I
someone
need to
gossiping
talk to
down
her
at
as well.
Aurelia's
That's right.
tavern
I need to get her
about a
gossip.
possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I even suggested it. I won't make that mistake again. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
Hey, Pixel. To them, my character is speaking Latin. It's a weird, it's a whole thing on that. Yeah, so every time you go through the loop, you kind of figure out a bit more as you go along. Yeah. True. Oh. People are
You don't
generally.
think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer. I wish I shared your faith. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say.
I'm not gonna. I'll go deal with that
That's a shame.
again.
Another time then.
I'll go through it now. There's an Egyptian one mentioned. It's obviously past the Roman, I assume. Greek, so there's this one over here. I'm gonna look at that one now. Right. There is a the
Be careful who you trust.
the tavern does have a little sign on it saying caveat emptor, so there's a little bit of colloquial Latin thrown around the place. Okay. Maybe I can talk. Oh, no, not that. Sure. I just go quickly talk to Lydia.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his
Doing her own thing.
threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Gossip thing I want to talk about. Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
This-
Okay.
Not
see-
for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
There. Sorry. Let's get a call. At one point, I don't recognize the number.
Let it go. Nothing. Certainly. For tending up.
Yep, here you
Have
go.
you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real
So I assume
shame.
George's then
Now I
knows
have
something
to do
about.
my own hair.
No, this probably wasn't. It's just like I'm not. It's 9 o'clock, and I don't recognize the number, which means it's either someone I. Yeah, no, that wasn't a call that I took. That wasn't a number I've seen. That definitely wasn't this call. Just give me 1 second there. I'm just going to turn off the mic for a second, just in case I need to call someone back. 1 sec. Okay, sorry. That was that's nothing I can't till tomorrow. Don't call me at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in the evening. It's Sunday. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, give me some more
I hear
tips.
that if Malleolus is elected, he's going to throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is.
Got
There
another.
used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her.
Never mind. She's just.
What
She gives clues, but
All right.
I've kind of seen most of this stuff already, so that's fine. No. Flash. Oh, I might just be able to ask him for that. That might be what I want to do next.
The 49 melodies fetch a say.
Just.
And now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Okay. This is where I can. Yeah. Okay. Hoping there might be something a bit more interesting, but oh well. Okay. cash, not like I need it. Okay. Can't take it now. Oh well. Sorry, I'm getting... Sorry, I'm seeing messages on the phone. It's like it's a Sunday evening. It's not the time to call me. Take some of these. Oh, there it is. Okay, maybe I can get the key up of Centis now then.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Is that seems? I think it's best if I hang on to it.
Mate.
You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you.
Good. Dude,
I'm was a mistake.
Been trying to work all this out for you.
So much
You recognise that I can travel through time. Just...
I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? Thank you. I'll be waiting.
So I can't get enough of you then, so I'm going to need to find some other way. This that I knew.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians. Oh. What? You should... Oh, look. Oh. Oh, I can... Oh, I see. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Let's go talk to Olbius. Maybe Yulia now as well, that I can... that she's no longer in indentured servitude. You thought of anything?
Shalom. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to.
Okay.
There are still two places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the Cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper Cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend.
Any more info I want?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. The skeleton. You're saying she's... No. I don't believe that. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Okay.
There are some truly
I would have been a bit
people in this
weirded out if it hadn't let me kind of say that to him.
Don't have any more leads. But please, don't stop looking for her. I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out. All right,
Looks
friend.
like this turn is kind of the next area I'm really looking at. Still, so I can go talk to Julie. Still have to talk. Actually, let me talk to Rufus. Figure out more about. No, anyway. Helmet. Nothing too revealing here. Wonder if I'm meant to like match handwriting or something. I don't really see like any. Okay. Oh, right, it's telling me about Rufus because I've talked to the other two, but not him. Gotcha. And then I'll probably have to go and look in the in his home anyway. Get some clue.
Name's Rufus.
I guess pushing before.
No idea.
Okay.
What? Oh, he got that from you? I guess you did help me then. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Aha, thank you.
You didn't get that from me. No idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
See you.
I'm gonna have to look at his belongings as well. Oh, I've still not been to the back of the Greek temple, but I think that's just where that plaque is, so I'll do that in a minute. Can I get a bow? Hello.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
Yeah, and whoa. Oh, I didn't even spot this one before. I didn't spot this one either. What these ones? Oh, there's here potentially. Have a quick look around. A note from Kabash. Told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having. She said it might help her divine the meaning if I wrote them down. Again, last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Kurti, and told me he'd dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly until I know who is Kurti. And here. I see you watching me. Malik Charm. Thought we were almost have divine. Oh, there's a term for them. I can't remember what that's called. They sometimes put wings on them. Well, come on. That's pretty obvious then. Also it's the shrine again. Also, keep getting lost in here. There, that's what I wanted. Oh wait, shit! This is a. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I'd lost my gold though. Okay, just because I placed. Because I picked up the other one as well. Here's the oh, this is the other way I could have gone to the shrine. Okay. Mind. There we go. No. Ah, plaque. There we go. Roman plaque. Beautiful, other riches. Done carving. See all the fish come into it. Let's just busy defacing religious icons. I see how it is. Us. Let me go talk to Rufus. Time to stop being a dickhead. Right.
Citizen. You again.
It's me again.
No idea. I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints.
I'm trying to confront a homophobe here.
Mess with your head. That's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone. It's not as if I was.
Why are you booing me? I'm convincing him not to harass people.
Just lashing out. I'm graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Talk to Virgil.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff. Ah, a new face. Salve. And I hear we had... what demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye
You're
out.
very forgiving, Virgil. You're booing the calf? Yeah, that's fine.
Nice to talk to you.
So... Let me done. Let's have a look here. Democracy in action. System. I want to talk to Dooley about a few things, so let's go talk to him. Oh, actually, let's talk to Georges first.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths,
Oh,
and it
right,
is the
yeah.
last building on
That's
your right.
in the back, okay.
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for two people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
It's okay, I've got 2 bows.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
Derek, I want to talk to you.
Hello.
We have,
My friend Hannibal, he said he gave all I remember.
Okay.
Now, no. Mine. Walk up. Oh. Yum.
Oh, shit. Nope. Well, fuck. Well, I'll come back on to that on the next week then, I suppose. Alright. So what's down here then? Whether it's saving there makes me think it's probably more of those statues. We got. Ah. None. Hello.
Ah, a visitor.
You're new.
Welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Do I know the difference between right and wrong? Well, that assumes that there's an ability to actually define right and wrong. You kind of like you're not started. That's a question that begs many immediate questions.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
I mean, no. No. Because I suppose this is the thing. The Golden Rule only... It punishes those who commit acts which are, like, quote-unquote wrong or a sin. But it doesn't necessarily reward people who do good. So there is clearly a line drawn under what is wrong, but not necessarily an approval given of all of the things as being right. So, you know, you could say so indentured servitude, is that right or wrong? Well, it's definitely, well, from Pluto's perspective, it is not wrong. But does that mean it is right or good, or is it something worth rewarding? You know, that's not as clear. That's not the question being answered by the Golden Rule. In a sense, it's a bigger thing then. So again, if you know, as you said, if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here, surely your struggle can only become more difficult. Not necessarily, because I suppose there's a much bigger like push to avoid what is wrong, but it's, you know, if you're, again, you know, the general kind of rules of, you know, don't murder, don't commit assault, don't be a, you know, like, this is the thing of, like, the Golden Rule allows people to be assholes, you know, but it doesn't allow you to steal, you know, which is a, you know, is someone, like, so vandalism is apparently okay under the Golden Rule, as is sending threatening letters, but if I steal gold, or if I steal medicine needed to save a dying person, that is wrong. Things like, so yeah, I mean, I guess it's yeah.
Well, that's
I suppose.
reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Again, this is the thing. You don't necessarily see this. You only need to, I suppose, under this rule, you only need to know what's wrong, because because right or threatening someone is clearly wrong, and assaulting someone is clearly wrong, but only one of those things is punished in this case. So, one of those things is, both of those can be not right, but it doesn't necessarily mean something. Who's version right?
Excellent question.
Okay.
And it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I mean, theoretically, yes. Especially in a situation where again, punishment for doing the wrong thing is immediate and, and I suppose the thing is, it has to be fully explained, is the problem. To have a fully comprehensible and a morality system that you can follow needs to be fully laid out. There needs to be details from, of every situation, and you need to be able to understand them clearly. Everyone needs to be able to understand them. And there needs to be no room for interpretation or vagary, any sort of vagueness or any sort of double meanings in anything. And then, so technically, yes, is the one you can follow, but, and again, that's the thing. So, you could have multiple contradictory morality systems which you can follow, but they'd all be mutually exclusive, or potentially mutually exclusive. So all these answers are correct in a way. So yes, but I don't know what the morality system is. There's more than one, which is again true, because if there's one, there could be multiple, but it's about who sets out the morality in the first place. And no, in the sense that yes, there is no absolute, perfectly correct morality system which you could always follow, because there could potentially be any number of them. So, is there a system of morality which is always perfectly correct? No. And again, the answer here is that yes, there is, because in this world, there is a system which you follow or you die. But again, that doesn't prevent you from breaking the rules, because you don't always know what the rules are, and you might inadvertently break something without realizing it. So, I don't know.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
No, I think we all decide for ourselves what's right and wrong. But again, it's not that. We follow, we decide that based on the world around us. maybe it's maybe you say there's more than one, because you kind of have your individual morality. You have the morality of the society and the culture you're born into, and of course those two things might always not fully overlap, and there's friction between those things, for example. And then like, because again, in this particular scenario, I'm not being given a choice in morality. It is being enforced upon me. So
good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Right.
You are an overthinker.
Okay, that's
but if
very
you struggle with right and wrong normally, then, well, that's reassuring. You see, but under the gold, that is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always...
And I get where, like, if I say there's more than one, the problem is that he will counter, well, if that's true, how can there be multiple ones? Because if there is a contradiction between, if there was one system of morality which was always perfectly correct, then there could not be another, because there would be contradiction there. Otherwise, they'd be the same system of morality. And if I say yes, again, that assumes that that there is a knowable singular. You're an asshole, man. I just came down here because I wanted a fucking plaque. No, okay, I'm gonna stick with what I said before. And have we figured? No, it's not that we haven't figured it out. We know. No, I'm gonna say this. Yeah, I think we need to decide for ourselves.
If a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No.
I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
Yes, I'm an individual, and so is that guy, and the sense of right and wrong is within him, but that does not mean it is... there is no fundamentally, like, perfect system of right and wrong. His version of, like, rightness I see as wrong, which is the whole point here. What is just and what is fair and what is right and what is wrong. So again, if it feels right to kill his wife, then he's confused. I say is no, because that assumes a perfect morality system which this person understands, where that is not. Oh, it's fine. I take it back. Okay, fine. Wait, what's the point?
I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules.
Yes, thank you. That's where I was trying to get to, but you were frustrating me. Yeah.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
What's in here?
How did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company?
Everyone tells me it's a long story, mate. I've heard that many times. Just fucking tell me. I'm
I was
listening.
a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Wait.
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that,
Alright, so he's Greek.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I had not seen another person in many, many years.
How would you die in the underworld?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. If I did, would I be living like this?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me.
Well, no, I'd kind of like to. Well, that's not what I was quite asking. Thanks, Nanatsu.
I seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile.
Okay.
To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not.
Yeah.
Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
I've been in that situation before now too. I've had problems where I've been like had to decide between, well, I need to move because it's, you know, I'm taking my lunch break and I need to get back to work, but the cat is on me, so.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
So why does the only other Greek character speak with accented English and you're you just have an English accent? Let's have a look around. So let's do that actually. Let me just check I haven't missed anything around here first. Yeah. It's like, ooh. Some of this come out a different way or something. Alright, let's go have a look. Alright, Kabash. It's funny because when you get to areas like this and you go, oh yeah, this is a Skyrim mod first, you go, yep, I can see. I know the bits of Skyrim modeling they would have used to make this area. Like, this is just a fucking Elder Scrolls sewer. Oh no, oh no. You're right. You're okay. You're okay. You know what? You're fine. Really? Oh. That's why. I thought that was a... There was a statue. Or a moving statue. Oh, where they cook packets to its character. Yeah. I understand why these ones are kind of like Recognize Anubis. Many shots. Okay, right, so they've got the same shtick going on. Headshot. Let's see. No, that doesn't count as algae. Okay. So my question is, were these guys mummies that got like existence of these creatures? Just a little like this is a your spirits are walking the edge of the underworld. Oh. No, you're Kabash, right?
Stop.
Oh, you're a bow.
Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess, another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I
suppose curious.
not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greco-Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Okay, that was easy.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is
on the
inscribed
plaque.
with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
That's the cycle of empire, mate.
I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I have to.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me, for I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there. Most unwise. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the
Yes,
depths.
I said that already.
We...
Does it say Nodal Fierce one? Marianitis. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't recognize the script on that at all. Makes sense, I suppose, about Sumerian. I love these guys. There's kind of a lot more to this game than I thought there was going to be. I thought it was going to be fairly, like, talk to some people, figure out a mystery or two. I didn't expect that to be the whole, like, Here's a bow. Go shoot some zombie creatures. And get stuck behind the statues. I think I maybe wasn't meant to get past them. Okay. So these Sumerians are trying to defend themselves from something. Oop. Water rising? That there seems to be invisible walls around the place, like right here. I can't go any further than that. Okay, so this set off something I'm going to step on it. Yes.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Something can be destroyed by the truth that deserves to be destroyed by the truth. No shame in building on the works of people who came before you. I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk. Yeah.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names? Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so, but the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs in the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing that they motivate you to live good lives? Good life because you accept a reward what you really good for.
Perhaps there is
Maybe it's blunt. The other one.
What is your point?
You're going to abandon a lifetime of good character and know that it matters most just because you found out you were misled.
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let
Yes,
you
I'm not
live,
as sold
and
on
you may do what you will with that plaque.
taxation.
I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Did you even get down here before me? Is there a path I don't know about?
You again. What is it now? Of course, as the Romans say, may fortune smile on you.
Getting very mixed messages off you, dude. Alright. I'm liking this idea of like we excavated the underworld to make our own underworld. It's pretty niche as a concept. I must actually read what they did for the Skyrim mod. I assume they just used all the like, what are the dwarf folks in that called? Whatever they're called, like use them as kind of a basis for it or something.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat, but...
Okay. Oh. Guess I got any new info of him then. Do this one. Don't really get clues from doing.
Are they?
Maybe I can go get some more info out of his wife.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
You ever say anything about his stand here? No, apparently not. Hello.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
So,
Talk.
hello. That's good.
An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Demetrius!
Oh, well, okay, do that on the next cycle then as well. Alright, I got. I can still talk to Georgius about the plaque, even if Julie is a bit annoyed at me.
Are they?
Greetings and salutations.
Hey, my friend. Truly, my imagination runs wild. But if what you say is true, I will have to satisfy myself with being dissatisfied. Should I stop my offerings though? Is there any danger? Very well.
Keep leaving them.
I will trust your judgment, my friend.
Keep feeding off a lot of my friend.
Was there something you wanted? And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Romana. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Yes. Hey, Joey.
Hello?
Yeah. Still upset? No, I don't think he's gonna. He's not going to talk to me, is he? Well.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, welcome back. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening my vote.
Okay,
nice to.
Thank you for cleaning things up a bit.
Ah, you again. Sentius. Fine. Can't talk. Fine.
Salve.
Check who you vote for.
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But I do not... Nothing.
Okay, right. about this fella gonna have to. Oh, I wonder if he's getting. I wonder if he's eating.
His brightness was like the light. Rays flashed from his hand. Shalom. Sentius. All right.
That light! Did you steal it from the god? Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me.
Okay.
You're toying with me, right?
I just told you won't believe me.
You're not kidding, are you?
Citizen.
That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Bellides had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side,
I don't think I've seen
stuck in the underworld like they all
Bellides.
were.
Because I've definitely seen the guy on the wheel. I've seen Ixion on the wheel, and I've seen Tantalus and that fruit tree in the pond. I don't think I've seen Bellides, but maybe I've not been looking for someone with a sieve.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you, and you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh,
Yeah, no,
that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Handsome.
Citizen.
Hello there, friend. May I say that... Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... confused? Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic.
Oh, the dice thinks there's Veni Vidi Vici. Okay.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen.
Oh, okay. Guess it's not as easy as just bribing or something. Okay. Yes, I probably do need something else. So this is still the thing. I still don't know who actually causes the event that. This is the thing, because yes, there was meant to be the gladiatorial combat, but they don't actually start fighting before the thing is up.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think...
Alright, I've already talked to you about who you're voting for, haven't I? Octavia? Where are you off to? Where are you off to? I don't see you around.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
Oh, okay. She's not happy about me being a secret shrine.
Lovely to see you again. Please, there was a... Oh, thank you. Oh.
Oh, actually, I can get into the that temple now as well. Now that I've got the golden bow without having to do the whole underground thing. I wonder if that means I can talk to Livia.
Be careful who you trust.
Could jump up under there. Feels like I should be able to get back up into there through here. Or maybe, oh, no, maybe that was just where I was meant to come down before. Wait, shit, what time is it? I'll have to see how far I can get. I thought I was going to get this done in one go, but I might have to call it soon. And come back and finish this another day.
A new face. It'll be... Why? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I... Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
All right.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to begin.
So, will this split the vote then? Let's count as they come in. So, he's on 2 to 1 because he's being threatened. So I probably can't actually sway the votes without first finding Scintilla. He's abstaining. So we've got 1, 2, 4. No, it's going to be 3 to 4. So it's still going to go.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Oh wait, no, it is going to be 4 to 3.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Oh wait, he's voting Malleolus? Damn.
Domitius.
I thought he was voting.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus.
Don't I talk to him about the vote? No.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you.
Let me go and have a look and see if I can figure out.
Friend, you have given.
It doesn't look like anything here is going on. It's still like. Oh, so something about the other daughter, maybe. Jonathan.
Oh, look. Oh. What? But it's odd. You should go and speak.
Oh wait, did I never talk to? Oh, I never talked to Yulia about that stuff, did I? Shush. Well, I can catch her now. Wait. After. Yes.
What is the meaning of this?
Temple majestic.
Oi!
Salve.
How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming.
Oh, of course. I got them to do that all early, so it didn't happen at the same time.
Citizen.
Well, I guess the fight didn't happen.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have a... Ask? Good. Of course. Well, if you stop, allow me...
Oh, this is going to... Oh, yeah, yeah.
If you
Okay.
if I... So, excellent. It looks... Thank you. Ah, you've returned. You mean Duilius? Releasing... Perhaps you're not aware he would... Look, a privilege... Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if I can find Julia. I'm probably gonna call, like, wrap up this day and call it then. Anything to say?
Again. See you.
What do you think now that your boss is magistrate?
What now?
Wait.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and indeed honored.
Plus, it's just another way in if you don't know the key. So.
I make this solemn promise to you, citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And Oh!
Oh. Weird. Right. I need to find Julia. Where would she be? Wait. Okay. Just a bar's not a save. Okay.
His brightness was like the light.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Where is? Say since I just read it. It's just in the villa. But I feel like she should be just walking around. Or maybe she might be in. She might be at the clinic.
His brightness was like the light.
You just stop running around like that, man. Here we are. Where are you? The temple? Oh. There you are.
The lamp is incredible. Sorry, was there something? No. I did hear from old, but I'd been locked in Mali. Alright.
Okay, guess that was it. So, Talk to you in a minute.
You have a good reason for flouting my weapons back.
Oh, look. Oh. Oh, I can. Oh, Thank you.
You know no bits of dialogue here now?
Oh,
I can try.
Oh. What? You should go and...
Okay. I can't talk to you about the pendant again now?
Oh. Oh. Yes.
Hold on. I do still have it on me, don't I? Pendant. Alright, maybe I do need to get into the upper. Right, I'm gonna pester you in that case.
You've returned. Do you have any... You mean jewelry, perhaps? Look, here, I will ask them. Good. Of course. What? It looks...
Guess I can't.
Of course. What is it?
Who can I tell him? I can tell him. Amelia Denise. Yes. Obvious.
Why do you say that? Despicable. But did it break the golden rule? Then it seems the gods are not concerned with it. It looks like you'll have to continue. Ask them. Good. Oh. Yeah. Why do you... So I'm told. This is truly atrocious behavior, which undermines the very foundations of our...
Gods don't care about democracy, unfortunately.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one? Ah, I see. It looks like you'll have to ask then.
Oh, don't tell the wrong one. Alright.
Of course.
This one, and then here. I'm trying to think what about. Right.
Why do
I
you
was going to say about censure.
You seem to be grasping at straws here. I can assure you, she is most upset about her sister. As am I. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Of course. Yeah.
I'm going to say
Why do you say
Malleolus.
that? What? That's... I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I expect you need some kind of leverage on him, but I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course, so you'll be on your own. You'd better not waste any time, and may Swada, goddess of persuasion, go with you. Good, thank you.
Once.
Of course. Yes.
So if we get any information, let's try
Why do you
Galerius.
say that? You managed to extract all that from him. Well done. And I have noticed his contemptuous stares, but I had no idea he was so dangerous. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one? It looks like... Of course.
What happens if I give him the wrong name? So...
Why do you say that? Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose another patient, hadn't you? Whatever it takes, do it. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation.
Alright.
Of course.
Rufus.
And you'd better find a way to make him back down, hadn't you? I'm quite sure you're capable of containing that half-wit. Go and do it. Good, thank you. You've returned. Do you... Why do you say that? Why? Because he prefers the company of men? Ridiculous. Romans parents have always been tolerant of such predilections. I simply cannot believe that his innate preferences would break the golden rule. It looks like you'll have to... Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Why do you say that? You suspect. I confess, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ulpius, but you're going to need a lot more than suspicion to get to the bottom of this. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation.
Right, so what happens if I accuse, what's his name, Demetrius?
Why do you say that? Thank you. Well then, as magistrate, I hereby declare... Anyway, I would think... Thank you. Please act quickly before it's too late.
Yep, so... Do you have anything to say for yourself before I take you to gold and finish the stream for now? Nope.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, guess I was wrong. There's definitely nothing. Definitely nothing useful in here, is there? No, just more arrows. Oh. All right. I might have to finish this up tomorrow. I really thought I was going to get this done on one stream, but yeah. It is what it is. Okay. So I need to remember, and this might. So I might finish this off tomorrow in a very short stream. We'll see. I have to talk to Dooley, but then that opens the upper cistern, so maybe that'll be a whole area. We'll find out. I need to talk to Claudia and get the blackmail stuff for note of this cistern. Make a note on my notepad here so don't forget Claudia for blackmail. And then I can use that to either have Sentius win or Galerius. I assume they're both probably different answers. And then there's and there's the plaque as well. So there's a few things. So Julius and also the plaque. Because I'm assuming if I get into the cistern and I find Scintilla, that resolves the kind of like the pacifist or whatever you want to call it kind of resolution to all this, and I don't know. Anyway, boop. Let me have a look and see if anyone's streaming that I want to send you over to. Just hanging out. God, that's nearly 8 hours. I didn't expect it to be that long. I thought this was going to be about like 5 or 6 at most. Let's see. Graphite is doing a co-op stream of Resident Evil 6. I might send you over there. That might be a fun one to send you over to. How many left here now? But yeah. Yeah, I'll pop along. I'll probably finish this up tomorrow. I want to finish this game, and I will have time after work. So, over there. So, yeah. Take care, everyone. And we'll wrap this up probably tomorrow, starting about like 6 p.m. my time. Ish, whatever time I finish work, plus whatever time it takes me to have dinner. But I don't think there's much left, so I'll get it wrapped up in a fairly okay amount of time. But yeah. Right. See you all then. Take care. Bye.